Yo, how's everybody? We're back. Toast, rough and ready? Sounds good. Tony, smooth and unready? That's also fine. I'm maybe slightly unready. Slightly. Did this one, I think? How was everybody? My day's been pretty good. Man, I'm getting slow with Mechablo updates. To be real. But they're coming. Just slowly. It's like the villages trying to think of exactly how they should be done. Like, we got a nice base for them. I got the waypoint spawning. Today I got shop spawning. So I'm having a pretty good day. But I can say today wasn't without its weirdness. So complex nodes, they're not so bad. They're not. There's some. The most complex thing is probably like the vector warp. I know, this is mostly just a mess. This is something I should probably just clean up. We're almost there, so why not just finish it? And then never have to deal with it again. But we might be reaching a point where it's not the greatest to deal with. Maybe. Okay, this is the forearm. I'm just gonna go in on a whim and make it a little bit smaller. It's more believable. Okay, so we're gonna do face and it's not too bad. Face. I was thinking there was something else, but you know what? If I can't think of it, maybe we don't need to do it. Face, some slight riffles, and then roughness. I mean, I'll take it. All we have to do. That's all we have to do. We're almost there. Look at it. I mean, each part is the section, right? Here's our feet. Listen, yes, this one has definitely gotten away from me. It's true. But it works. And then we're probably gonna end up cleaning it when we put in roughness, because we have to have each section kind of add into another map. And then by then, it'll be organized and nice so we can get color in. But you know, that's just how it is sometimes. We save as. I don't know, Tony, what's your most complex project? I think it's really got complicated. Like, there's so many areas with different scales. Probably open my reference. It really is kind of trickier than a lot of other models I've done, where you can have more regular scales across whatever section has scales. This one, just like every part, like the back is such a like broad grid, and the side is all pockmarked, and then you get into like dense, wrinkled stuff in the armpits, worn stuff around the head. Like there's so many little bits. Everything's different. I needed a lot of layers and attention. Most complex. You're working on some house? Or some houses because of the sun have many designs? With structure and piping and electrical? Interesting. To turn everything more complex. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. I feel like this is one of those situations. If this was a snake, then it would have like more uniform scales over most of its body. It would probably have like a top scale, a belly scale, and then deal with the head separately. You know? Yeah, the gator just has so many different sections that all need to work together. Can make someone dizzy, yeah. Yeah, that's why we zoom in. Zoom in and everything's fine. Your toast. What if we just 3D print the house? Yo, that's smart. Yo, I love that emote. Why do I feel like that emote should be the smart one? That one should be like a global emote. Not gonna lie, I have looked for it at least 2 or 3 times, assuming that there was one, because I've seen around. Maybe there's just like a globally available one on PTTV or something. Because I've seen it in a lot of places. But do you, it's the same feel to look to scripted code that I make to use Unity? Well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to jump into this. I made this. I like understand where everything is because it all got put somewhere by me. So I definitely heard someone 3D printed a house in a ridiculously short amount of time. There's a lot of countries looking into that tech. Not easy to do everywhere. Yeah, I kind of assume you'd want an even surface. You know, they might make driving robots that have the extruder on them, and maybe they can just geolocate and have sensors put down so you can have changes in elevation. But you usually don't want a house that does exist on a slant like that, do you? When am I switching to Kick? Why would Kick give me money? They give me a better split, but I would also need an audience that wants to subscribe to me. And the other problem is like if any of you came over and you did want to throw money at me, the site doesn't work half the time. At least it doesn't for me. I like go there and if I like reload a page, it logs me out. It's like, who are you? And then I try to log in and it's like I don't know, all sorts of weird authors. Like I've never had a good time on Kick really. Most of your construction system is manual because of politics of saving people's jobs. I mean, that is fair and real. Uh, I mean, it does create other jobs, right? Like you have to create robots and maintain the robots and then set up the area and have supervisors that can deal with actually deploying the robots. Like there are other jobs. But yeah, things would definitely shift. You used to have more people involved in construction than the US. I mean, Brazil's pretty big. And a lot of the US is, I don't know, we're dealing with houses that are sometimes, as old as the country. And only the very oldest houses usually really need to be replaced. You almost do everything manually. Hmm. I mean, I know contractors that do, they can do substantial work on a house, like upgrading siding and stuff. Just like two people over like a couple weeks, maybe a month if they want to replace windows or something. You don't want your job saved? Just pay me and automate it? I mean, the problem is that my fear is that the paying you is never going to happen. They're just going to say you should find another job as if that's a real thing with all the jobs going away. You'll sub? Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But yeah, like who knows if my stream would even survive? The site would just like go down. All sorts of weird hiccups. I've seen people being harassed by staff. Like, I don't know. Kick seems like it's Wild West in all the reasons why the West was wild, which is mostly like European settlers trying to capitalize. Over everything, with no laws, no restrictions. Compared to US, your construction system is extremely heavy. It's just not expensive, just because people aren't that expensive to hire. See, the US also has like a whole power tools industry. Um, so like, yeah, I could see if you are more manual, not just the people, but the people with more manual tools. Um, but yeah, things could take a little bit longer and require more people. But yeah, I guess the US is also trying to put people in factories. But I wonder how much of those are being made abroad. I guess the Home Depot might be the one, and Lowe's and Aces Hardware and all that stuff, upholding the entire construction industry. Less people, more tools, faster turnarounds. Who are you asking, Toast? Tony? Where's Brazil? Brazil. Viva Brazil. Unfortunately, hey, every place has ups and downs. Brazil has, I hear, wonderful food, beautiful weather, beautiful environments, really friendly people, lots of positives. Cali BB. And Cali's cool. Bad, it's too expensive to like live there. And we had just face. I guess face, and then like coloring. We're gonna have to do fancy things. I guess maybe wizard arms should have like veins. We can go back and do some layers. I kind of want to do roughness, and then we'll do layers that hit diffuse, roughness, and height all at the same time if we need them. Okay, so yeah, I was thinking about sculpting the head. Then I had another idea. Just has two little groupings of spots, at least this guy. Two groupings of spots, or scaly lumps. And then a lot of it's just like kind of distorted something. There might be some like rigid stuff around the eyes, but I guess what I'm saying is we can probably get the base texture done. If we are going to sculpt something, let's make it as little as possible. Or paint sculpt. Yo, what's up, Pixel? How are you? Kali to use the fighting style? Silhouette Kali? I have never actually heard of that. He's from California. So the state. Like a very veiny appendage? Well, yeah, kinda. Thought that was a Linux joke. Kali Linux is a pen testing distro? I didn't even know that. Wait, what does pen mean in this situation? Is this actually like stylus? I assume I'm just wrong. Doing alright? How's the car coming along? Not too bad. I think we're gonna be pushing into roughness today for real. Do you want to like touch up the head a little bit? I think most of the body is kind of like good enough. Good enough. You're not gonna see the bottom of the feet. You can see how weird they are. And then we might tweak from there. But like I want to move on. I've been dealing with like a gray lizard for too long. Living in LA. Penetration like hacking. Right, okay. Yeah, sorry, I don't hack that much. So like hacking is kind of its own world. It does have its own lingo and sets of tools, and don't let him fool you. This man Toast has moved a cube around a screen. Mm-hmm. Believe it or not. Gearing up to be an app dev and doing a pretty decent job so far. Already take the Danger Fast Track course. That's right, and you too could have this expedient growth available to you. Should keep it real vague like that. You never know what I'm selling. Lots of people clicking on growth, right? So yeah, Pixel, what are you up to today? Anything cool? Yeah, alright, face stuff. So I already put a texture down for face, just like where did I put it? Okay, so that looks like a head. Okay, things got just a little bit too dense. Not that one. I think that's trash. And I'm such a loot goblin. Experienced data hoarder at your service. This one. Go back there. Space is organization, right? There's a max zoom out? I didn't know this. This is a problem for me. It's being a procrastinator. Ranger Fast Track, it's very exclusive. Very exclusive. Only available to the cream of the crop, you'd say. Your job gave you more work. You answer one email and now I know. That's good. Don't try this at home, kids. You're a procrastinator. Oh, that sounds good. Does that pay well? Your fingers slipped on the keyboard a bit there. That's fine. Tried to get an unsecured loan for thousands of dollars, but you just got spam instead. It sounds about right. You got a top secret app that you're working on? Yes, I won't say anything about that. I didn't know it was top secret until now, though. I'm glad I haven't mentioned it. Android and iOS. I've heard React. I don't understand it. One of them web techs. What? No, I spaced out. Sorry, Tony. Find this guy's website. A guy named Chad Vernon made it. He has some videos on CG Circuit. Intriguing. Ooh. Oh, okay. This looks cool. Oh, thank you for that. Put that in my notes. It's a lot to learn. Yeah. I would assume. Some of this isn't too bad. So like this part isn't bad. So they're making a new doubler node. This is the init for it. So we're in a constructor. And it, I guess this is probably the output. The new output, okay. And it's creating a, wait, where is this defined? Creating a new attribute that's a float type for output. Sets for writable, okay. Storable, good. Add attribute. The storable is probably like serializable. And then add attribute, that's actually kind of native. This is already similar enough to Mel. Like, I wonder if Mel is just kind of touching a lot of this stuff. Yep, set keyable, also very Mel-like, except we get a dot operator. Might even be more comfortable to me than Mel because it's close to C. This is just making nodes. That's kind of cool. There's some nodes I'd like. My only fear is that you can make a node and then it doesn't have to be picked up by um, the render engine, and that's kind of the important place. Otherwise, it doesn't get evaluated. I've had situations with that. You're micro sleeping? This is your second Ninja stream without sleeping, really? And that's working for you? Are there any adverse effects there? Who's actually learning how to use Godot? You're from the chat staff? I think Toast was. Adam C. Eunice switch? I heard that. I never followed Adam C. Eunice before. And I still don't know who they are, but I think I heard that last night. Yeah, tons of people are trying it out. That's true. Unity Apology did nothing. It did a tiny bit. People are finishing their games at least. Some people are finishing their games instead of just switching to another engine mid-development stream. Because you know what? A lot of people realized, did I need any of those Unity updates for the past 5-6 years? I don't think I did. I saw someone tweeting the other day that like they haven't updated since 5.6 and they're not planning on it. I think most of the plugin scripting is making or modifying nodes. Okay. Seems cool. Definitely useful, especially if you're doing like rig evaluation, because that gets baked out. Because I'm just wondering about, yeah, if any of your plugin nodes would be able to be read by the render engines. Because some of them even make their entire own set of math nodes for some reason. And then, you know, in Maya, you get to use 2 sets of nodes and figure out which ones do you want. Do you want the Redshift? Do you want the Arnold's? Do you want the old school Maya software / hardware / mental ray? Except mental ray had some of its own nodes, but it was integrated really deep in the beginning to the point where I think a lot of mental ray was depending on like Maya built in. You gave up? Why did you give up? How far did you get? What happened to Unity? So Unity announced an install fee. So, and it was like a retroactive thing. So if you have a game out right now that has like 200,000 installs, if it makes $200,000 in January of at all throughout 2024, you would then be paying for all of the installs on your app, like a small amount, but enough. And they the retroactive stuff was completely damning. There's a little bit more to it, but pretty much a dumpster fire. Everyone told them not to. They did it. They took over a week to respond to it, and they backpedaled without backpedaling enough, without actually regaining anyone's trust, while saying, you know, that acknowledging there's no trust. It's amazing. Like, they really didn't back off anything. I've been asking for the CEO to go to jail because he notably sold 60K stocks this year and 2,000 stocks just like a week or two before they announced this horrible news that they already provenly knew that no one was going to like. Yeah, so it's just like, it is an absolute dumpster fire. Today, Boston Unity Group, the oldest and largest Unity community, closed down. Tonight, I guess, is like the last meeting there, which, rip. So yeah, Uni, who knows? Is it weird to think that Unity is now on like equal footing with Godot or almost any other second tier game engine? Unreal's kind of the only one that's, I don't know. Godot will take over. But right now, it's like people already acknowledge that Godot's not quite there and is going to have a hard time handling everyone coming in and trying to use stuff and feeling the like growing pains of an engine that's not had as long to develop. Mental Ray. Did you ever use Mental Ray, Tony? Sounds like a good name for a game monster or a magic spell. Could be an interesting one. Could be like a manta ray with an exposed brain. Kind of like moon rats. You haven't heard that name in so many years? Yeah. Man, when Autodesk swapped for Arnold, it's like Mental Ray just like got buried. Absolutely rip Mental Ray. Sucks with Unity? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I'm hoping that they cut back even further, right? Because it's like the company is going to fail catastrophically now, right? They've definitely hit a point where like the stockholders are going to notice that no one wants to use it and big companies are kind of switching off of it, and they've handled it so poorly with like even trying to say like, oh no, developers, Microsoft is going to handle this and Steam is going to handle this, and like a lot of those fees are going to just be eaten by the big companies, and they the big companies haven't said anything about anything. So I think they sunk so many ships here. They didn't really backpedal. We have like really obvious it's obvious everyone's leaving there. The stockholders are going to realize like they're either going to can the whole company or they're going to like toss out the top. They're going to just take out all the C-suite because there's no other way. Like, no one is going back to that company. Everyone is saying they want heads to roll. So let's hope some heads roll. Used it to learn some stuff in 3ds Max. Cool. I really didn't like Mental Ray. It was a pain in the butt to use, and it gave mediocre results. You'd have to do a lot of work to get things to look good in that. Since the beginning, V-Ray? I feel like V-Ray is similar, but I don't know. V-Ray and RenderMan have both kind of survived, so they must be better than Mental Ray. If you remember right, Mental Ray had better caustics than Arnold's, but your old brain could be remembering wrong. You know, that might be true. The thing that I remember is that Mental Ray felt so fake with their like lighting algorithms. So you'd have to put maps in to really get everything to look correct. Like more maps than you need for other things. Like their index of refraction took like 2 or 3 different maps, and it's like, this is because you're faking it. You're faking everything so hard. And it's true. It was definitely pre-PBR. So like none of its workflow got updated to that as far as I know. I mean, it might now. It's just like you'd have to go out of your way to find a Mental Ray plugin and like see if they've actually changed anything. But yeah, it had decent final gathering, I guess. It's like okay. Took forever, and then yeah, caustics, but that also took forever. Yeah, I was always taught not to turn on caustics because it's so much more than even just final gather, which was their like fake raycasting or ray marching or path tracing. Big thing about V-Ray is timing is faster than Mental Ray. Even Mental Ray been kind of better in the beginning. I mean, that's fair. I remember being wowed by Maxwell when I was first starting out, just seeing it being used, and you got to put in how long you want it to render for. Yeah, definitely had some diminishing returns on how long you put in. and super expensive. Horrible licensing because Maxon has horrible licensing. More precise? You heard V-Ray was everything's faster than Arnold's. Yeah, Arnold's just built into Maya these days, so it's kind of easy to try Arnold's. But it does tend to be slow. And I found one of the biggest differences between Arnold and like Redshift, because Redshift was the other one I put a little bit of time into, was that Arnold's first off needs to touch every one of your textures and convert it to a .tx for some horrible reason, because it's poorly designed or something. And it wants to do it all the time, every time you render, for every frame, as I can tell. Like, it really does take forever, and it really wants to keep touching it, and it wants to lock those files, which really sucks. It also, it either does it automatically, you can't turn it off, or by default, it's annoying, you're going to have to turn it off for every single texture. It does some sort of like bilateral filtering. So everything gets blurry. Like every texture you put in has a blur to it because the filter is kind of blurry, but Redshift just doesn't. But you can turn Redshift's filter on and get it to look actually kind of similar. I don't know. They're all just little nitpicky differences. Yeah, Lumen and Nanite. Man, and I heard that Lumen and Nanite is getting accessible to VR, which is like, okay, well, if you get real-time 90 frames per second while using Lumen and Nanite with all of the features that they're supposed to give you, then, I mean, how do you even compete with that? Has a path tracer too? Yes, I think once you start turning some things on in Unreal, it's not real-time. So that's something I heard recently, that it's doing not real-time renders sometimes when you see some things from Unreal. So like I now take 100% of what I see with a grain of salt, because it could be a pre-rendered animation that took, overnight to render, a 5-minute animation, or it could be real-time. Who knows? Either way, if it's from Unreal, they are paying millions of dollars for that 5-minute demo, if not billions. So like a little bit skewed, but yeah, I don't know. I can't argue with Nanite and Lumen in VR if they're not hamstrung. I believe V-Ray was mainstream for ArcViz, and now Corona is. Easier to set up, faster to render. It's pretty interesting. Question about using UE5 is about using a really expensive computer. I mean, do you? I don't know. If you wanted to get something to look as good as they want you to believe everything comes out of Unreal, then yes. For Unity, you would need a really big computer. But Unity also pushes to mobile really, really easily. And the thing is just not pushing high-res assets, pushing lower textures, less transparency. Putting in less systems. It's doable. There's a V-Ray plugin for Unreal. Yeah, that's the stuff that I'm just like, I don't care. Not that I don't care. Thank you for giving me the information, but it's one of those like pieces of info, like, why? Unreal, just stay in your lane. You're becoming an everything machine, and every time something becomes an everything machine, it becomes like a not great at anything machine. Bit expensive though. Yeah, that's fair. I think getting a license for V-Ray anywhere is a bit expensive. Yeah, V-Ray you only have to pay. Oh, Blender's the only one that gets railed? Okay. Wait, is it cheaper for Blender? That would be a move of goodwill. Okay, so this blacks out the head. This puts a texture on the head. Yeah, it got a little complex because I had to cut the head out of some things. A lot of things don't have the head in line with the body, so it's easier to, cut it out. Or it's just not automatically included in a lot of your masks. Kind of half price? Oh, alright, yeah, that's not bad. It's a Swiss Army knife render engine? Yeah, I agree. Kinda like it. What is the one in 3D Coat? I feel like 3D Coat has like one render plugin that it's allowed to use, or that's built in. Or not built in, like it has a built-in renderer. But then there's one that's like, oh, if you want to use this, RenderMan support. The one engine you can use for it is RenderMan. I wish it was easier to just say there is one actual Swiss knife that's integrated into everything. Okay. RenderMan, what are you available on? Or is it its own thing? Like you have to export to RenderMan? Sorry, trying to figure this out. Usually it's like, here are the things, and it doesn't show anything. It's just like, hey, Pixar. New RenderMan show reel. Okay, fine. RenderMan plugins. Because I have to find Google to actually search RenderMan properly. RenderMan Pro Server. Okay, I am thoroughly confused. And honestly, maybe not willing to fully dive into this ecosystem to just try and learn what should be a very simple piece of information. I guess it does say it has USD improvements. Maybe it is a standalone. I just have a hard time believing that. I don't know that I've ever actually seen a full standalone render engine. Oh. Oh, it needs to be special, and it needs to call them bridge tools, because they're not plugins, they're bridge tools. We have Maya, Houdini, Katana, and Blender, and they don't even mention that they should technically be in 3D Coat? I'm confused. RenderMan. I hate corporations. Corporations need better people to design their websites that are less website people and more like technical developers that want to give information quickly. RenderMan, yeah, I think it's Pixar. They say that everywhere. Yeah, so it's like, here's RenderMan. But it says Pixar's RenderMan here. And yeah, I guess RenderMan.pixar. It is. What is the pricing like? Oh man, it's one of those get a quote things. Oh, it says get a quote, but then you scroll down and it actually has the prices. You know, it could be worse. It's actually not that bad. Free for non-commercial use. I mean, okay, that's not bad. I like that. So as long as I'm doing portfolio work, I guess I could use RenderMan. Maybe I should mark that down in my notes. Oh, I gotta figure out what we're doing in October. Okay, look, so much cleaner, right? Guess I just have all of my masks coming out from one source. It's a little messy. You know what? I'd rather have the connections than have the weird teleport dots that they're trying to push these days. You don't mind using Arnold's? It's not too hard to set things up. Yeah, I like Arnold's. My only problem is legitimately with Substance Designer. If I export all my textures and I set them up in Maya with Arnold and I get one render off, I then need to close Maya altogether to be able to export textures again. Otherwise, it will say that those textures are locked by Arnold's. And I have not found a proper way to actually like get rid of that lock. Huge pain in the butt. I really like to be able to iterate. You know? Substance plugin? No. So I've tried the Substance plugin 2 or 3 times for 2 or 3 different things, like Maya and Unity, and they've always been trash. They're always like pretty much just giving you some weird texture node that either wants to update too much or doesn't update enough, like doesn't duplicate. I don't know. The workflows are all really strange to me. I just need a set of textures, and this program literally just exports textures. Arnold probably shouldn't lock every single texture it renders after the render's finished. Like, I think Arnold's buggy. I don't really think it's the right move to go and find a weird plugin because there's bugs in another thing. You know what I mean? It's for Maya? Okay, yeah. The Maya Substance stuff has always either been broken or bad for me. Yeah, it's always, I don't know. It's not like they even need to do much. Like, this literally just exports to wherever you tell it to export. And then all of the files are just paths that you point to in Maya. Like, why can't we just have a workflow where you don't lock the files so I can actually update them? But then I've also had problems, I guess earlier on they had things where they didn't lock it, but it was it wouldn't update its caches. So you would be working on a texture, but it would be locked into whatever early version it was, and it wouldn't tell you that. Yo, Ben, how are you? Ben develops 64? Cool. Are you going to make a 64 style game? Yes, that sounds cool. Sounds awesome. So how are things going? Yeah, I don't know. Because the last thing I want to say is like Adobe with the weird plugins also hasn't. The reason I don't use Painter is because every time I export like a swatch material, like a material that has all the stuff in it and it has all the tweakable things, if I bring it into Painter and I start using it and I want to make any changes to it at all, I can, but I will have to reapply the material fresh, or it will update in a way that it resets every single thing that I've tweaked to default. So, yeah, I also hate its camera settings. They work very strangely. So, yeah, I don't. This is the only piece of Substance software I actually like. All of your games are going to be 64? That sounds cool. Very low res. Okay. You know, the 64, you had to do a lot of work to get things to look good. That kind of minimalism is not easy. So it should highlight your skills. Like the Bloodborne demake was actually really impressive. Not that I played much Bloodborne, but it was really obvious, like the whole time, what it was. It was eerie. It really did feel like a game you probably played in your childhood. And that Bloodborne was the remake of it. Kind of a cool genre. All right. So we need a couple of dots. Wait, let's do it over near the face. Okay. Let me delete these. And that too. And wait, did this still break? No, it works now for some reason. Hmm. Well, this want to move down a little bit. Okay, that's base face. I don't know what that crap is. We'll get that later. It's easy if you texture paint it. Download the texture, put it in software, it makes your texture 64 retro. But like, you have to make the meshes, don't you? Terraria was only 32-bit, so double Terraria's res, easy. Man, Terraria, that's impressive. Impressive. It's a game I always wanted to get into. I have a speedrun streamer that I would watch do all gods for the win challenge run attempts that would take like, you know, chunks of time, 24 hours or so, 36 hours, I don't remember. Lots, multiple days. And it looked amazing. But then I downloaded it and actually trying to understand how everything works, and then there's so much to know. Like, so much to know. All the recipes. Yeah, all the recipes. That's like a good portion of the game. I guess where to go for things, what items you need. It's nice, but I don't know if I have the time to invest in that, you know? I lost my reference. There we go. Yeah, Terraria is cool. I really like the bosses. The items are really cool. The combination items. Makes a horseshoe with everything. Avoid fall damage. That was cool. But yeah, then again, taking a Terraria's true pixels. Like 64 games, those pixels are stretched. Making a mesh that's that low poly and also, you know, looks like you did anything and looks kind of like what you want it to look like, that can be impressive. It's like, yeah, if you're going 64 style, you also, it's not like Minecraft style, right? I don't remember anything in the 64 era that looked like that. They were trying to make things kind of like round and realistic, even though they were blocky. It isn't Minecraft style. That's what I said. Do I do maybe a little tile sampler? My favorite. Man, they're weird. Okay, no. I should make a rock. A disc. Hemisphere? Scale it down a little bit so that way we can multi-directional warp. That's very bad. I'm also trying to remember. Changed your game. You were doing a rubber duck knight platformer. That got switched up though, right? So what is the first game you're doing in the 64 style? Again, apologies. I can't quite remember what it was. And then rock should be like crystal. BC64. Got both of those. So you're not going for N64, you're going for PC 64-bit. My misunderstanding again. Sorry. Simple. Simple streamer. Smooth brain. But that doesn't sound like adventure bug racing. Only PCB. Well, it must just be a personal computer. Right? It is until you correct me. What are more examples of PC64? Like, when I put in PC64, I just get Mario 64 and pictures of PCs. Even a Ryzen ads. It's not even old PCs. Pattern input. Want a little random size, or else can run a scale map in. Okay, try this one. That's really cool, actually. But also not quite. I like how I accidentally walk into things sometimes. Like this. This is a pretty cool effect. And it's like the world hanging in the blackness of space. What res was the first Quake game textures? Wait, are you saying that 64 is literally the resolution? Like 64 by 64? Let's look it up though. I don't really know. 128? Textures in Quake are 256 color images. So 256 color, that's color space. And then it says skies have a dimension of 256 by 128, and then all other I don't know about all others. It's treated like two 128 by 128s. This is saying 32-bit or 24-bit TGA. Targets. Interesting. So don't use targets. They are old. Can't quite see anything else on the wiki that points to like character texture sizes. But the fact that the skybox is two 256 or two 128 textures, kind of telling. Oh, but you know, they also do it a bit like architects. They do the tiny swatches that they repeat over and over. Which I guess I should have expected. But like, yeah, when you see the brick like this, I'm like, yep, this is going to any architecture project and you're going to find some like very tileable bricks. It is cool. First, do this. Scale should be higher. Maybe we'll make the scale bigger. Then we also have to do the scale map, so let's just try that. If we get too far into tweaking anything. Then we can also do this in displacement. Where's displacement? Got it. Weird, been years since you've seen that game? Yeah, I saw Quake 3, something based off Quake 3 Arena, Quake Live recently. Like a month ago. And that was a throwback. Yeah, it's easy to forget. Okay, and mask random. We can just find like a good section of that, I guess. What does an auto crop do? Well, you fail. What if we give it a little nudge? There it is. Kind of cool. So Pixel, any leanings on the next project? Yeah, hopefully that'll be good. Just plop them on it first. Or blur, we'll just get rid of you. Okay, kind of cool. Just move them a little bit. maybe with a mirror that won't be so bad. And then absolutely no tiling. Okay, then we add, turn it down, and just look. Behold the beauty. Okay, now I just need some wrinkles. You're just skimming through the My API stuff, not sure if you'll be able to get far with it. It's fair. Like, you should have an idea of what you want to do with it, right? Did you have a project that needed a node, or did you just want to make a node? Oh yeah, I have used C++ for 1 week. We were teaching kids to do C++ to build games, and it was a bit tricky. Hi, Yag. How are you? What are you up to today? I'm hoping that I finish this height. How has it been 1:15 already? Anyway, we need some wrinkles. Oh, let's try some stuff, I guess. Tile sampler. Because that's my go-to. I just need a little dot. Offset. And some distance. This one needs a little shifting in the color. I guess size too. So I want to double click this so I can see it, but single click this so I can adjust it. And that's nice. Getting away from headaches. I'm sorry. Yeah, headaches suck. They really ruin everything. I hope it clears up soon. Need to figure out how to build nodes. Just want to build a sculpting and painting tool. Maya can paint 32-bit textures. Are you saying technically it can? Like it can. I have found, so you have to put on like a Lambert, I think, and then you use the painting tool, and then whatever's assigned to Lambert's diffuse will paint, and then you have to use the paint tool, and that tool is like 20 years old, and like, Maya is great for doing anything in 3D. As soon as you have to touch 2D stuff, like, I only import. You're reading about the way Maya builds geometry through its kind of complicated 32,000 textures. That's a lot? or that's extremely high resolution. That's a lot of resolution if I'm understanding correctly. Okay, I like that one. I think we go more high-ish to make it squished. Hmm. I think about it. Do we do an edge detect? Oh, that's cool. Wait, is it just this one? Now I feel dumb. What? Hmm. I'll figure it out. Only other program you have heard of that can paint textures that big is Mari. But Maya's tools are really basic. Yeah, Maya's tools are gonna leave a lot to be desired. Unfortunately. Yeah, Mari I've heard is good. Yeah, only really in connection to texture painting stuff. But I also don't know why I would need a texture that big. Like an 8K texture is like already a lot. Like I get some people are using it, but it is a lot. Weird. I feel dumb. Why is brain not engaging on this? Uh Pixel, do you actually feel like you need what is the biggest texture you've used in a thing that you've rendered? Or even yeah, what is the biggest one you've used, even if you didn't quite get to rendering? It's maybe 4K? Maybe? I don't know. I'm always afraid to do it. I feel like it's gonna be a huge hit to the hard drive because Arnold just, has problems touching things. Something like 4 or 8 K UDIMs would equal 4 8K UDIMs would equal one 32-bit UDIM. You think? I mean, that's fair, but I mean, that's assuming you need it to be a UDIM, right? We'll use 8K, but with 10 UDIMs. I don't know. I guess at some point, I figure if you're using that much on a UDIM and not just like separate objects, right? You're actually splitting off things into different sheets. That you're probably trying to do like a full body, which unless you're in the porn industry, I would think you only need specific body parts that you're going to zoom in on to ever be that high. If you're ever going to see more than a certain percentage of certain body parts, like you're already increasing your render time by having textures larger than the details are going to permit. I think. I don't know. I feel like at some point it's like a convenience that's going to bite you. But I don't know. What do I know? I haven't used it. I just know I already want things to render faster. So it's not distance. It's more curiosity if Maya could handle it than anything. You're a brave human being. I don't try to challenge Maya. I know I can have it bug out on the simplest things. Not that it's the most unstable, but I mean, yeah, if you used Maya, then you know that it is just a ticking time bomb. It's going to get some weird set of user prefs that's going to cause it to bug out. Like it just will. I don't know anyone that uses Maya for long periods of time that doesn't complain about having to delete their user prefs altogether and have Maya replace them with the default folder. Yeah, so there are other programs. You say Mari. What about Mudbox? Because Mudbox is supposed to be able to handle some pretty serious UDIMs. And that's kind of the better workflow because it has the better tools that Maya is starting to borrow, but I'm still going to say questionable. How long am I going to fuss with this? Could have sworn it was something with this. That doesn't even do anything. Combine. Yo, I feel straight up insane. Throw me in the asylum. I know that this has been a tried and true method to do this. And how? Why? And that one doesn't even work? Probably not with the... I'm done. I want to hang it up for today. That's it. Thank you. I haven't done that in a while, but yeah, usually crashes the first time you open it for some reason, but it still works. Tried Mudbox out, but you're much faster in ZBrush. Oh, yeah, I would imagine. So wait, you're saying ZBrush doesn't do 32K? It's like, wait, can you do... Actually, I wonder, right? So, Mudbox, I don't know what the max texture I can export out is. It might actually be like 8K. But it will let you use PTEX. And that was supposed to allow you to paint like ridiculously high levels of resolution. But then, yeah, I guess if you can't bake to anything higher than 8K, then 8K is kind of your limit for leaving the program. Unless it can do UDIM exports, which it might be able to do, in which case it's 8K per. I think the highest texture you can export out of ZBrush is 8K, but texturing in ZBrush isn't the greatest workflow. That's fair. See, I think the ones that are allowing you to export at only 8K, they still let you do UDIMs, so you could do multiple texture chunks, right? And that you can even paint and then bring in new UVs and then bake the UVs to bake the high-res PTEX to the UVs. And if it doesn't have enough resolution, you can always redo. It's not the worst workflow. Alright, I really have to leave this alone. This is not good for my mental health. Oh, look at that. Isn't that great? Capsules. I can't do atmosphere. Okay. Need to cheat it. Is it duller in the middle somehow? Goes around, then we do the distance. And it's doing distance from the edge. That kind of makes sense as to why it's screwing up. So what if you weren't a capsule, if you're a disc? Oh, still messed up. Alright, never mind. I don't know. I'm insane. The world changed from under my feet. We're on capsule, I think. So you can export UDIMs from ZBrush 2, but you better use the Substance Painter. Fair. Man, Substance Painter's export workflow is painful. Hey, Zombie, how are you? What are you up to today, Zombie? Show me this one, please. What's this? Absolutely insane. What do I do? Why can't I move on past this? Because this is how I was going to finish it. This was going to be the last part. Just some simple face wrinkles. Alright, there's another way we can do this, I guess. But I hate it. Height map, which I don't love. I should figure out how to get a better height map out of Designer. Stuff, a lot of stuff. Much change, very confusing. If it's something I should be updated about, let me know. You know, up to me when you can. Any of it interesting? Is it good? Is it bad? A little hint what to expect. Okay, we need a slope. Need a tile sampler. It's a grayscale. Let's see if we can do it by the curvature. So yeah, Sam, give us a taste if you can. Or if you can't, then, make something interesting up. We're here for it. Here for a fun story about whatever. Alright, this would just need a lot more. Yeah, it gives us some weirdness. I don't like it. I need like a million of these, and then maybe not a disc capsule. You have the opposite problem? You got nothing going on? Sorry to hear that. But at least you can choose what you're going to have going on, right? It's always kind of nice. Whole world is your oyster. Just need the base. Maybe less random. Have to hunt for distractions? I mean, you could check out game engines. That'll give you a distraction that'll last a few years. Want to mod a game? Is that what your distractions are, zombie? Is that what all the change is? Or, yeah, you know what? Yeah, feel free to slide into the DMs. Maybe we just make this more intense? All these wrinkles need to go further. Some of the weird little globs look good, but this is supposed to be wrinkles. Maybe just blur it. It'll be fine. We can also make it smaller. And that this is such copy in the quality bar. Can you even see it? Yeah, there's a quality setting. Can shoot me a message later on? Sounds good. What game needs mods? The Long Dark is your main game. Still looking for help to get VR set up. Oh, you never told me you needed help getting VR set up. Is that something I could actually help with? Only game you made a mod for was Tabletop Simulator so far. Made a Hero Quest board. Hey, that's really cool. With some minis, but it's not really finished. Nice. So, yeah, I didn't know you need help with VR. Let me know. Okay, question. Do we scale this? Wait, of course nothing shows up on the head. Are we blanking the head out? No, that's the arm. It's just dark all the way through. Closer. Mostly grunt work. Setting up the auto hand plugin, for example. Interesting. Wait, what is the auto hand? Oh yeah, they have a whole modding community. Let's try this one. So if you got one good side, we can mirror it. Well, on is better than off. Let's throw a mirror in there. Hmm. Auto hand. Let me check it out. You set up with the 2 vanilla arm rakes. Hmm. That seems kind of cool. Okay, I like the 2-handed distributed, but I wonder how that feels to use. It's pretty cool. Does it also work with hand tracking? Yeah, definitely. The idea that it's so it probably has a collider. It puts the thing in your palm and then spring forces the fingers in, kinda, until they hit the collider and then they just stop. A quick, like, whenever you make a grab, do the thing. Or do you think they actually have it where you set up a pose? Because it looked a little bit too automatic. Don't know if it works with hand tracking. Not on your list because you need buttons. Yeah, that's fair. So the way Oculus is doing buttons is if you look at your hands, you have to see your palm, and you do this. This is like the Oculus Home button. So would it be too bad to just have finger touch? Like if you look at it, you do finger touch. And not that you need to look at it, but just like if it's palm facing you as opposed to palm away. Or for like walking and such. Well, so if you're doing VR support, my suggestion is that you have multiple ways of doing locomotion. It would be nice to have like a pinch drag, or like pinch go, and then like wherever you kind of shift, that's the direction you start moving. That's a really nice one. Um, Teleporting is really good. Teleporting is pretty important. I guess button to just push forward is good too. Walk on stick movement and limited teleport. Those are okay. Those aren't bad. I think there are ways around to do hand stuff, but I understand if you want to do controllers first. It makes sense. But the more I've been using hands recently, the more I'm like, okay, these aren't as bad as I originally thought they would be. I thought they were going to be like pretty limited, but you know, I'm finding the use I need out of them. Teleport will have gameplay consequences, like calorie counters gets lowered based on distance. I mean, like when you do the teleport, you can calculate the distance you're going to move. You're coming up with excuses, zombie. There are answers to all of these things. I haven't had a chance to try VR yet. Okay. Well, so there are some cool games, but I don't. Yeah. Some people say Beat Saber is the killer app because there's just enough adopters and it's a really fun experience and it's pretty unique. Um, yeah, there's not like a more mainstream game, but the hardware is getting really good. And there are some cool bigger games, so it might be a good time. Oh, I'm not I'm not saying hands only. I'm saying hands as an additional input option. But yeah, they do need to be dealt with in a almost hands only kind of way, right? I think we can agree to that. You can have some functions that you tie in and then like trigger with both hands and controllers, but in general the experience needs to be handled very differently for if you're going to use your hands versus if you're going to have a controller. Additional, yeah, in theory, but you already got more than enough on your to-do list. Yeah, sure. I don't need you to do it now. I just, like to talk about things. I like to know that it's a possibility in the future. You know what I mean? Like when I talk about me putting mercenaries in my game, I might have it before the end of the year. Maybe. We'll see. I might not even get villages fully done before the end of the year. Okay, we're gonna blur just a little bit more. Do a GeForce 280 or a 28. That would be good. Mine is powerful enough as a 1080. Yeah, the VR bubble popped, so at least things are coming down again too. The novelty alone will blow you away at the start. True. And as much as people want to hate on Meta, which totally valid, Facebook or Meta or whatever did put a ton of time into a bunch of technologies that just make VR better, like time warping and stuff. So if you would have a bit of lag or a hitch, they like are really decent at interpolating the frames so your head isn't stuck in place during those lag points. So like, yeah, even if your computer's not the best, VR has gotten to a point where it's not terrible. Even a bad experience is like not as bad as it used to be. Account binding is evil, but you know what I read? That Pico also has a mandatory account thing. Uh, and it might not be less evil, but I'm just annoyed that we need any sort of account for a VR headset. So like no one's really winning there. I mean, you can also create a brand new account separate from everything else for Meta, but yeah, I don't know. Enough people are probably already brought in from other stuff or from the old days. So this should just be on the head. ish. Let's blur this a little bit. Okay, so I guess we also want to blur this more. And we'll invert it. Yeah, I meant it for any Oculus. I mean, to be fair, you probably need Steam for most things anyway. And a Pico account for every Pico? Yep. Yeah, that is another thing. Like, you're gonna probably need Steam, because that's where most of the games are. Or like a good amount of games. Okay, so let's add a little bit in this, and we'll do a non-uniform blur just at that area. Okay, but then do stuff to this. Let's grab an auto levels. Or not. Okay, I have to level that myself. Okay, it didn't even auto levels. And then this is distance. Just a little. Okay, might want less under blur. Ooh, we're close. We're so close. Which headset is which headset is better is always kind of questionable. Rift bundle with the base stations and the motion controller can be had for around 150. It's not too bad. That's not too bad. I like the Quest 2. The Pico 4 is supposed to be really good. The Quest 3 is supposed to come out soon. Quest 3 looks really good, actually. I'm getting a Pico soon, I think, as part of a contract that I'm working on. But low-key might be kind of more interested in the Quest 3. I think they might have facial tracking in there. Or at least eye tracking. I think that's what they're pushing. Yeah, it's good to have a backup if it's something you're working on. Okay, I think I might be kind of ready. I'm gonna leave the tongue. How often is it gonna... We'll deal with it later. Way too lazy. I might need to clean a little bit, but let's just kind of start with the idea that we're gonna put in a roughness. That's our roughness. This is the start. Kind of the same level as the height. Okay, now we just need to get all the layers to kind of transition. So let's try and cheat it first. I think that's usually a decent idea. I don't know which areas specifically we want rougher. Just make everything shiny if it's high and rough if it's low. Needs a lot of tweaking. So wait, Tommy, you're on the Pico right now, right? Have you tried it with the new Wi-Fi setup? Hmm. Is that really where I am? Alright, yeah, I probably should do each thing individually. Still haven't? Motivation is all over the place right now? I understand that. I should get you a... Sorry, I froze. I am just realizing I tried to just boot up Macablo and because the VR used to work. I haven't tried it since I was having a bug with my headset and I updated my drivers and fixed the bug, but I haven't tried it again. I need to try that. But I was going to just suggest I just give you a Macablo build and you could try being in VR, but multiplayer doesn't fit the game at all. There's a mod for that for an older version, but the game depends on the alone atmosphere. I get that. I mean, unless it's just a cabin you want to play games in. That could be a vibe. Okay, that one's too overcast. Abandoned, whatever you are. think that's what I wanted anyway. Inverted. Okay, let's just throw a color on it, because I'm really curious now. What did we do? It's also not a great place. We're going to shift color down, which is not extremely uncomfortable now. I don't know if that was the right spot. Tony, who's Dan? Found your Hero Quest mod? Ooh. Let's click that. Spent a month on it and gave up on it? That's too bad. This looks great. What was left on it? Oh, this looks so good. I've never played Hero Quest, but it looks like D&D ish. D&D board game. Taurus, good. Oh, that looks cool. Good job. It was the coolest board game we had back in the day? I'd believe that. $30 when it came out. If you wanted a sealed box now, it's like 800. That's intense. That's a lot. But you know, nostalgia will do that to a price. Your board game didn't survive your childhood? It needs more minis? Well, you could 3D print some minis easily enough. It looks like you have the models for them. Okay, that's right, but then all of the creases need a different color. They get way lighter. And where did my motivation go? I was all excited to just be like, all right, we're going to break this out. We're going to do roughness. We're going to do the color. Now I'm like, how do I get away with not doing that? Okay, and it's not so bad as long as I got something done today. And I do have some stuff under my belt. You mean the mod needs more minis? They modeled for it? Oh, so you missing the board game means that you don't have the original minis to make copies off of. That makes sense. I wonder if you could team up with somebody who has the board game and can take some pictures. Okay, so I just have to go through each bit. Try and clean up a little bit. You couldn't home, just got lazy and gave up. That's fair. Yeah, easily done if there's no one else that's like giving you a little bit of pressure, you know? Okay, so we'll just take these out. Okay. Playing against the laziness is usually the hardest? Yeah, seriously. My benefit is that I have a bunch of things, and on the day to day, what I feel is like too hard or what triggers my laziness is different than the day before. So at least I get a lot of different things done. You have a friend with a complete board game? Almost mint condition. When he found out how much it was worth, he sealed it in his vault uh, of nerd Viking treasure to be buried with him at sea when he dies. I mean, I would hope that he had those feelings before the money came into it, right? But I get that. Think you're gonna start up your main sys right now? Setting up the Pico? Make at least game ready, if not dev ready? That sounds great. And then maybe at some point I will have a. I'll have to try it out tonight. See if the VR works in Macablo still. It might not. I might need to bite the bullet and actually update to one of the newer Steam plugins, which. Ugh, I don't want to. I know it's gotten better though. Okay, we can pull that out. Too many levels. I went crazy. And you're not used anywhere. Delete you. Convince him to let you 3D scan the models, right? For science. Take some pictures of them somewhere on your hard drive. But there's lots of websites that have good images of them too. Fair. Hey Gav, how are you? You bought this book. Give me a second. Let's check it out. Most of the content in the mod was from one site that has all the rules and cards on it. Oh, wow. Oh, Lost in Cults. This is interesting. Lost in Cult. Check that out. First off, this is just such a nice piece of art. Genesis, where's my 32X? I need my 32X. It's not complete. Oh, that's cool. 400 games? Is this just history? Console Chronicles? Hmm. Oh, this seems pretty nice. Hmm. That seems awesome. You're gonna show it off on stream when you get it? It's coming in Q2 of next year, and I hope they stick to their projected date. There are some workshop mods of models people made, and you can make paper style minis from JRPG online that works for the table. Okay, so yeah, like you could still play. Can you just... I haven't played Tabletop Simulator. I think I have it though. Can you just use any piece from any set? You can just supplement? Gotta wait till next year? I'm sure it'll be worth it. Sometimes the anticipation's really nice. Okay, so that's tail. Other stuff. That's cutting the head out. Is this? No, slightly different. Okay, so that's all head stuff. Why is this here? That's why I'm puzzled. Why is this chunk of nodes even in this area? Yeah, let's check out the paper minis. That's not too bad. That's good enough. Especially when you consider, like, it's fun to sit at a table and play a game, and you don't really actually need, like, the minis, and if the minis don't look different enough, then they're kind of worse than the paper ones. But yeah, I do agree. If you get the 3D models, it's awesome. I had a game that I kickstarted, a board game. I don't quite remember the name of it, but it had different roles in it, and each role had a different set of goals. So the game was very different based off of was very different for each person playing. That one came with like the classic wood blocks, either wood block or like a triangle or a like cylinder. And then they had an upgrade for the nice 3D models, and I went for the nice 3D models because I cannot deal with anything that reminds me of Catan. Sorry, not sorry. Catan, you think you're complicated, you basic. Ain't no one want to collect sheep. Anyway, that's my take. I'm sure no one shares it. Catan's the most favoritist game of everyone in the world. And yeah, all due respect. Yeah, the friends bring out Catan, and I'm just like, why not bring out Risk? Not that that's a good alternative, but like, if you want to like waste my life, you could do it in different ways. There's a D&D game. I forget what it's called because it's based off of like an adventure supplement or something. It's like Temple of Elemental Evil or something. Um, that was really interesting. Came with like different scenarios every time you played, and you'd set up the board differently, and that had longevity. So I think I'll delete this and let's collapse whatever we can. All right, what's up, zombie? What do you remember? You formatted your game SSD by accident? I mean, it would be a problem if the Unity per install fee were active. JK, JK. Don't even have Steam installed anymore? Oof. Okay, it's not so bad. I'm sure you have fine internet and you'll deal with it, but that's gonna take a sec. Well, and all your Unity installations were on there? Man, you're better do it before January. But a few weeks back, you moved that stuff to a mini PC, so nothing is really lost? Okay. See? See? And I gotta make a backup soon. October's a good time to do backup, right? You don't plug into anything. None of you plugs into anything. And cleaning up graphs is boring. But for VR stuff, you need your way more powerful main system computer. That makes sense. January is when that Unity thing kicks in? Yes. Yeah, we'll see what happens with that. If they'll walk back anymore, or fire the C-suite, or because it has to be the whole C-suite at this point. People have called out that somehow the like all of the CEO or the C blank O, whatever they are, each one has horrible ties to giant other companies. One is like the CFO of like Tesla or something. One is like the head of the company that forced Elon to buy Twitter. It's just like this. These are the people running Unity? How did I not know this? One of them is like was the CEO of Iron Source before they got bought, and it's like, oh, okay. Okay. So who knows? Guess they have enough time to undo that. Yes, but the people that have been fleeing Unity, it's like really hard to believe that any of them are coming back. Especially when communities have closed. Like today is the last day of Boston Unity Group. They're rolling into the like Boston indie game dev meetup. So like there is it's just gone. Just like evaporated. Hard to believe it would ever come back, and people are just too upset, and they've handled it so poorly that like I don't know. They've walked back once. Are they able to walk back twice? I don't know if their pride can handle it. I don't know if they'd even be willing to. I don't know. They don't make good decisions. Like they haven't been making good decisions for a while either. And hopefully by mid next year, I'll find some way to just be out of this whole thing. We don't have to talk about Unity anymore. We don't have to be all stressed about all this weirdness. We can just be solidly on Flax or Strive or something. That'll definitely take a few months. We're thinking about doing a game jam. Would you be interested in doing a game jam? We actually had an idea of maybe doing a few right after each other so we could just try out a bunch of engines. So that blocks out arms, but don't we do that later? I think it's literally redundant. Yeah, that's the arm stuff. That even go? Yeah, this one. Okay, so if we were to take this one out, yeah, it doesn't actually change anything. See, getting cleaner already. I knew I could do it. Why can't you collapse? That's a fun thing. Oh, good. Yo, come on. All of this. Move it. So kind of waiting to see what the Weta digital tools were going to turn out to be that Unity bought. Did you not see already? Um, yeah, they announced something out of Weta. I forget what it was exactly, but it got announced alongside something that was honestly, in my opinion, cooler, and why I don't remember the Weta stuff. They put in Muscle Sim, but you have to pay out the butt for it. All that Ziva stuff looks really cool, but like I just Unity was already going to make a ton of money from big studios paying big money to do cool things in Unity, but nope. Never done a game jam before? All you know is Unreal? Unreal might be on the list. Not sure how to set up animation in it yet, though. Yeah, the animation is going to be the hardest thing, going from Unity to anything else. And a ton of new Pico updates. That's a good thing. Delete that. Wait, these don't plug into anything? Delete those. You're not attached. You're attached to nothing. You're attached to nothing. You're attached to nothing. No, that's not bad. Oh, hey, productive time. How are you? I need a different chat bat. I need a different chat bat. I need my 7 TV. I'm really using state machines and blend spaces, but you got confused trying to figure them out? Lots of node noodle soup in Unreal too. Yeah, okay. So Unreal's nice for that. That's actually one of the things I'm looking forward to. It's got to be better than Unity's. Unity's animation system also has a state machine. It's also finite. Yeah, there's some arrows that you can plug and unplug. Like you can make a transition from a state to another thing, and then you can give conditions to that state. So that way you can say when I'm dead, and that the dead is true, and the dead gets set here. It's like a little checkbox that the code can set. It'll push it into death. The only problem is like when you do the blends you either create or delete. They either exist or they don't exist. There's no like unplugging them from where they plug into. So you either know exactly how you're going to set something up, or you are going to do a lot of, I don't know, deleting and resetting up over and over. It's not like a tool that actually is good at iterating and being adjusted. Again, mostly because if we go to move, you have like one blend tree and then this blend tree. These can't unconnect from each other. We have blends going into blends. One blend is going to be doing ascent and descent for this one, because we're in Dragonfly right now. It's flying. So one goes up and down. One is going like turning. So you can go up and down and turn at the same time, and it'll blend together. But yet these can't be disconnected. These like, all of these lines mean absolutely nothing. It's such a pain in the butt. So this has a blend tree in here, but yet you can't actually like plug or unplug this. And if you want to add like a motion field, it's not a blend tree. You can't just like set it up to a blend tree later. It's just, it can't be. Like, I hate this system so much. It's been in there for so long. They haven't done crap about it. Also, importing animations and importing rigged models is a freaking nightmare. And you know what? I was trying not to complain about it. Just like for a while in Unity, because growing pains, and it kind of works, and you can kind of get things done. But like, yeah, after the new stuff, it's just like, you don't pay attention to anything that needs work in Unity, and then you're trying to extort money from people for past things that they already technically signed EULA agreements by releasing games under your software. It's just like, not even worth it anymore. Is it okay now or still bad? It's like mediocre, I guess, but most people are leaving, and they walked some things back but didn't give any guarantees. So they could still at any point be like, that game you made 5 years ago is now subject to whatever weird licensing we want to do. Like it's bad. It is bad. Less bad, but I don't know what that really means. So Unreal's animation editor is a bit like that. As long as you can disconnect the blends, I think it would be fine. And controller firmware update. Similar with Oculus. Every time I boot up my Oculus, I feel like I have an update. I'm really happy I don't need the controllers as much anymore, though. That's actually been the biggest speed improvement for game development, I think, is like being able to put the headset on or hold the headset up and then just be able to like, kind of point at something and then do a little tap, a little pinch, and that accepts, instead of having to like put it on and find the controller and then make sure the controller's on, wait for it to boot up, then start pointing at things. An Unreal example. Love it. Okay, this is interesting. So I assume that this means that it goes back and forth, so it's not like a one-way? So I don't get when they're combined. What are the thick ones? Does it also have layers? Yeah, one thing I didn't show about Unity is that it also, not that they're super easy to use, but you can have layers, and I must have something with better layer examples. Trying to find a spare. Oh. Where's my frog? So in the frog, we have like a gun layer, so we can have the guns on its back fire, and that's going to be separate as like a mask. Yeah, it uses a mask to show just what joints are being controlled, are used to control the guns. So we can just do those on this one layer. And then that can mix in with like the movement and stuff. So yeah, I hope there would be that. And if it has both of those, and I guess state machines, like being able to go into a node and the node having a little bit more going on would be nice. I'm sure they have that. I'm sure it's not too primitive. You don't know what any of it is, but you can open up those nodes and make more crazy noodle soup? Perfect. Perfect. That does sound good. Try Unreal. Maybe, I don't know. Do we do another October struggle month where I like learn Unreal from scratch? Like we did with Blender? Noodles inside of noodles? That sounds like the most expensive and extravagant dish. I would try it. This is just dulling everything down a bit. Interesting. Okay, we might be in a decent place to actually do specifics. Let's just do this. Have a backup, and then we'll just change this. First, I think we invert. And a virtual desktop update. There's a lot of downloading. I'm curious. I would need to start up Oculus. Maybe right after stream, I'll test to see if VR works. Or is that too much? Would you not try it anyway? I'll do it for my peace of mind. Okay, what we did over here, we're just gonna blank this out. Depending on how wet it is, that might be appropriate. Okay. Starting near the beginning. Okay, this one I think does get added, so it's rougher. Okay, so this one came from multiply. Instead of multiply, we subtract. Yeah, the Steam VR and everything, that was roughly 20 gigabytes. That's rough. Ironic, because it's all supposed to run on mobile and be small and light. Make sure the masks are also being used properly. But it's not working again? Not working now. Well, Steam VR is not supposed to run on mobile, but you know what I mean. Like, the VR push in the last few years has been to put it on a standalone headset, which is technically mobile development. Like, it makes sense that you're downloading, well, sort of makes sense that you download 20 gigs of stuff just to translate a game into a headset. That you are beaming all of the rendered data to remotely. Would the game jam be horror themed for Halloween coming up? Wasn't the idea? We could, though. Guess there's nothing against that. I'm still trying to figure out what to do for next month. Like, a big part of me is like, we should continue Scooby-Doo because we've done Scooby-Doo for the past 3 years. And it makes for decent Halloween content. But also what I would have to do to actually continue Scooby-Doo is like, might be putting in some face rigs in Blender to cartoon characters. Yeah, maybe even swapping phonemes. I think I did that on one of the characters, was like put another transparency layer on top so you could swap the mouths with the UV shifting. Maybe. Then we have to make bits of a haunted house, and we have to make one ghost, and then we have to actually like animate and put the rest of it together. So maybe do that. Yeah, part of me is also like, maybe we move on. Scooby-Doo is good horror theme? Exactly. I'm glad you agree. We might do that. I don't know. Horror games. I'm not usually very inspired by horror games because I'm a chicken and I don't usually want to play them. They're too spoopy. Wonder if I could make the anti-horror game. Make like a horror game, but we don't put any of the sound effects in, and the jump scares are all like reasonable. They don't take up a full screen with something that you wouldn't want to see. Because yeah, just putting like gore, guts, or skeletal stuff right in front of your face very quickly really sucks. I think if there's any other trope I'd want to subvert. Yeah, maybe not moving near anything that like could be animated at any time. Walk past the dead body in the tight space. Like, there could definitely be a horror game that I wouldn't hate. That could be an idea. Are you big into horror games? If so, what horror games do you play? So if that one goes in there, does that one also work here? That goes there, but that's inverted. Okay, let's try. I've barely got into roughness. How am I slowing down? Could do classic horror monsters? Keep it black and white so texturing is easier? Not a bad idea. They're all very humanoid though. I don't know if I'm into the classic, the like silver screen stuff as much. You like Layers of Fear games? Oh, In Sound Mind has been on my list because it has a ton of similarities to the Alan Wake and Control stuff. So I'm kind of interested, but it did look very scary. I have to get over myself. More psychedelic horror? I definitely like that. Though there was one about a children's show. You're like trapped in an attic of a dude that invented a children's show that was just like a bit dark and got canceled. And you have a lot of like puzzles based off of stuff in the house that's hinted to through the videos. And that one's kind of cool. Uh, hmm. Trying to think of what I would look up to find that. Horror game. I mean, it was supposed to be kind of like Dora the Explorer. Amanda the... What is this called? I like found it. What are you called? Amanda the Adventurer. That game was kind of cool. It was largely a puzzle game. It had like one monster. The monster came up at like decent times. You know, it wasn't like a jump scare horror kind of thing. It was like creepy vibes and disturbing concepts. I liked that. You did lose all your SDV mods? That took time to get everything set up. Rip. Sorry. Wait, what is SDV? I'm trying to think if I would know that. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, let's find just a link to throw. Amanda the Adventurer. Wait, is this really embedded into a website? Oh, it's made with Unity. Okay, no, this has to just be like a web version. So I can't even read the full cookie policy because the cookie's in front of it. Okay, you know what? I don't agree. Just have to do a Steam link. Sorry, apologies. Stardew Valley. Oh. But yeah, this Amanda the Adventurer game was pretty cool and would probably be a decent game jam. Like vibes, puzzles, short animations so you can, I guess, figure out what the in-game cinematics would be like. And a monster so you can figure out what rigging is like. You might play Liza P one day off of Game Pass. I have heard only amazing things about Liza P. I've heard people say that it is better than some FromSoft games or all FromSoft games. Like I hear people tiptoeing up to that line of wanting to be like, I think this might in some ways be better than a lot of the whatever. So it's big. And there's definitely people saying that it's probably going to end up getting integrated into a lot of the Souls content. I think where that matters the most is for what they call God runs, which is doing a series of games hitless. But that would be pretty intense. Seems decent. I didn't know you played Stardew Valley Zombie. What kind of mods do you have for that? Yeah, I don't. The wife plays Stardew. I guess a lot of people I know play. Your copies, you just invert. These are all belly scales. Ooh, okay. It should be a little bit shinier. Whoa, that's trippy. All kinds of mods. It's one of your brain off games. It's cozy and having something to do while listening to audiobooks. And I actually think that could be Starfield for me. If I need a lot of mods though. I need a lot of mods because I feel like they designed the game in a I don't know. I don't know what to say because I feel like they broke a lot of like game loops. Like they designed some poor cycles that don't quite work. It legit feels way more rushed than Cyberpunk does to me. Because like just running around and jetpacking on planets and scanning stuff, finding some monsters here and there, or the fauna, killing it gets some experience. It's actually kind of a fun loop. Yeah, I haven't tried Stardew. I feel like I would try hard in Stardew. Because there are windows that you don't want to miss, right? The wife was telling me about how we don't do something before a certain season. Like to get the greenhouse, you need to have pumpkins. To get pumpkins, you need to go through fall. If you don't save a pumpkin from fall, then you might have to wait a whole year to progress your game. Like in game time. But like, yeah. It's just enough for me to optimize to the point where I might not actually enjoy the game anymore. Anybody else? Does anyone else ruin games for themselves? Or is it just me? Is it black is supposed to be shiny? Okay, I think that's better. Get in there, but it's slow. And we're at the head stuff already? that distance way too long. Yeah. So, Gav, what's your challenge? Are you still working on Blasphemous? Or is that out because the flasks were too hard on that boss? Hmm. I just need to shift it with levels. Or a curve, maybe? Oh, you finished the game, so you're on the second now. Cool. How are you liking it? You're telling me there was all those different weapon types, which is pretty cool. I remember that. You've never done a game jam? What needs to be made for one? How much time would we get to make stuff for it? So game jam works usually by telling you the rules up front. Because there's so many varieties. You can have a game jam that's like 48 hours. You can have one that is 2 weeks. You can have month-long game jam. And then, yeah, the rules for what you're allowed to bring in pre-made kind of change. Some things don't care. Some things want you to, like, try and make everything you can in a short period of time. Sometimes they even give you asset sets. Like the game jam is to use specific assets. So, not that I've planned anything, but off the top of my head, if we're gonna do game jams, I'm kind of thinking maybe taking a week. And depending on if people want to work on teams or not, we either split up some tasks and try and do a game in a week, like a small thing, or we each try to take the week and see what we can do in general. But yeah, I feel like the effort is going to be spent just like two separately. So it'd be nice to work together. So hopefully we can like share some knowledge. But I don't know if that works as well in reality as it does on paper. Hmm. Okay, so what if we do add sub? I don't like it. It's like they're rough just around the bases of them. So ads, they all get rougher. Okay, a little blur. Hopefully this works. Little blur. Okay, cool. So they get the shiny around it. I get the whole head to be less shiny. Better. TLD update dropped. And of course, it broke quite a few of your mods. Wait, did it like just drop? Yeah, you have to update the mods every time the game gets patched. Hopefully, I think it's not a big one. 20 minutes ago. Man, it's like a personal attack. They're ambushing you. Shots fired. Wait, what is this one? That's fine. This one. Here a copy. Okay, levels. Just bring it up. Or down. Up. Down. Okay. Yeah. Head's a lot better. These weird wrinkles. And hue in there. Not every time, depending on what they're updating. I mean, that's good news. I kind of like the depth. Oh, and these are head horns. No, probably add. It'd be rougher. This also I want to highlight with the good old edge detect. This one just needs to be flattened. Alright, now this should really pop. Okay, cool. And missed the question mark? No worries. And everything about modding seems hard. Like to do the base mod and then to, have your life interrupted to make sure that you have all of the updates. A lot of work. Shift this back to here, I think. Hmm. And sort of copy one. Invert the multiply. Question if we're, I think we're just adding roughness. Okay, it's weird. I don't like it. Because we want it way down. Chad Vernon broke your brain a little bit with this post. You think his last post he did on his site? Let me check it out. Hmm. Okay. This is really interesting. I feel like I've done a bit of trig in Maya, so I'm kind of like, wait, he's just defining existing nodes, right? And how they would look if you set them up. That's cool. It's good info. Okay, it gives us wrinkles. That's the goal. Okay, things get more spaced out as we go forward. A lot of math, your brain breaks when you see those equations. Not sure what you're looking at? Ah, I see. That makes sense. The first one says sin, so it must have something to do with pure evil? Yep. I mean, yeah, math is clearly evil. Like, I don't think anyone's disputing that. This, invert. I feel like I am trying to just add more roughness instead of adding shininess. That would be add. So you could try add sub. That's a thing. And I think, was it yesterday that I did a whole thing on Trig? And there is an ad on Twitch that every time it starts like really, really loud and then drops to like a quarter of the volume. And I just gotta say, I super don't appreciate it. Twitch, get your act together. Okay. So that's the mask. That's that. This is add subs. So let's. Technically, like more than halfway done. Is this tail stuff? Do we not deal with tail stuff? So we don't have tail stuff here. I think we should. Honestly, when it gets, the squares get smaller, it should get rougher, more leathery. Kind of like, wait, where did the tail stuff go? Practically erased. I think that's better. Hmm. I guess this is a big one. That helps. That helps a lot. I think that looks better. Like a lot better. Few minutes left, but I think we can get some stuff done. Alright, levels probably have to invert it. They all need inverting. Yo, Yag with the pre-raid. Okay, they're kind of too shiny. That's the back legs. Oops. What are you up to, Yag? How's your headache doing? Hopefully almost dead. Okay. My back is super shiny. Then this, whatever these are, we'll throw you in here. A little bit of levels. Okay, we invert, then multiply. Just get it to be darker. We're just trying to kill a lot of the shine here. Not too bad. Kind of weird. Oh, Grimy, thanks for the raid. Total surprise. Who was expecting the raid? I wasn't. Definitely not me. Hope you had a good stream. Because you said you have to dip. So, you know, you do you. I hope you're around tomorrow. Yeah, let's do the shout out. If you're not following Grimy Badger, what is wrong with you? Grimy Badger's an absolutely fantastic content creator. Goes from like 12 to 6 on days that he streams, Monday through Friday, making an awesome game called Plaza, where you get to move chicken nuggets through society. What's wrong? Sorry? Yeah. Check out Grimy. Grimy's amazing. You don't know him. But hey, Raiders. No danger. I'm still working on this croc, but we're getting further. At least we are on to Roughness. We have most of the height map done. I guess the height can get more heighty. Let's make it a little more heighterific. So it gets a little bit gaunt too. Wait, the spikes used to be big. It could be worse. I'll have to tweak and make it a little bit A little bit bigger. Over here, pretty good. Pretty good. I'm happy to finally, I want to get this behind me. So October, I think we're going to be doing, Scooby-Doo stuff. We have to do like the whole opening to Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? Continuing from last year, where I made the entire mystery crew and I did part of the opening. We have like the first 3 scenes done from the opening of Where Are You, Scooby-Doo? So I think we're going to continue that. So I'm trying to get this done before I'm forced to switch to that. Oh, you like the emotes? Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Good. Am I horrible? Do I have one left? I might have one left to fill. And we either need a thumbs up, a goblin thumbs up, or a lull, or a laugh out loud, something like that. Kick W, goblin W. Next cycle is out. Well, thank you. Opening stuff for stream? Maybe. Maybe. So the raid alert is actually, I guess it wasn't last year's. That was the years before. That is like the very opening to Where Are You, Scooby-Doo, where the title comes up. But instead of bats, we go with birds. That was useful. Yeah, excited to do some sort of Halloween themed content. And the default is probably just going to be Scooby-Doo. So last year I got affiliate like right at the end of October, like October 22nd or something. So it's technically my affiliate anniversary. And yeah, so I just came off of doing Scooby-Doo. So I was going to do all Scooby emotes, but I decided not to do all Scooby emotes because I don't want Hanna-Barbera coming after me. You have that one too. I'm glad. I use that one all the time. There's not enough like thank you emotes. But yeah, I think I'm just missing a positive reinforcement emote. Like a laugh or a thumbs up will do it. But man, I was gonna do some real shenanigans. I was thinking about doing like Shaggy smoking a blunt. Some like Degen Scooby Easy, with like the leather coat, the glasses and whatnot. I mean, wouldn't it be funny? You already kind of think that Shaggy is probably stoned most of the time. But yeah, if I start putting blunts in cartoon characters' mouths, I'm pretty sure I am then very eligible for their lawyers to just, load me up with all the cease and desists. You know what? I think I want at least one cease and desist in my life. I feel like that's on my bucket list. But it has to be a good one, and it has to be one that's not going to actually affect my life, because hopefully I don't care that much, Like, there's a guy that got a cease and desist from Crocs, and it's like one of his proudest things. I'm like, yeah, okay, I get that. I don't know what I would want this cease and desist from, but like Scooby is just, it break my heart. Reproductive time. Probably. They can't make it more obvious. Listen, he's just a hungry individual that has some very sleepy tendencies. Cooking Shaggy emote blunt time. uh, I mean, I've also had the idea, and I might try it at some point, to have an emote slot that it either rotates, like we just know that there's one that's timed, and every week we're going to swap it out for a different one. But I don't know if it's like we'll swap for different emotes, or if we actually try to create different versions of the same emote, which could be kind of interesting. You love that emote too much. It's really good, isn't it? Yeah, I saw it in BTTV. I'm like, I need you. Lee, 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 Lee. And, you know, you can't tell what it is, but I assume it's a cat. I don't know why. Yeah, I hope you're doing good. Okay, so swapped that. Get this. Set a copy. We're like, what even is this? Oh, it's just some stuff that goes on the thigh. Just a little bit rougher, so it gets a little leathery. I'm still thinking about it. We need the perfect emote, or sorry, channel point redeems. You did a search for Scooby snack edibles and found some kind of mushrooms called Scooby snacks. I'm sure there's like a million things that they've tried to call Scooby snacks, from gummies to like breakfast cereals to cookies. Yeah, all right, Grimy. We need to work together to make the best channel point redeems possible. All right, we'll cook it up. No one will expect it. It'll be amazing, and no one will complain about our redeems ever again. Grimy Danger collab. That's right. Yo, I'd be down. You had some fire ideas. And between us, I'm sure we can execute some really cool stuff. Your redeems are fire? Well, you know what? Shame on me. I haven't even seen them. Is it bad that I don't click the redeem thing in anyone's channel? I have 20k channel points in Grimy's channel. I got 200 for rating myself. Yo, 100,000 to highlight your message? Are you out of your mind? Okay, unlock a random sub emote. That's good. Send a message in sub only mode. You have sub only mode going? That's interesting. Wait, what's the difference between choose an emote to unlock and unlock a random subscriber emote? And then modify. Modify is interesting. I don't do that enough. And okay, hold on. Can we just modify this with a flip unlock? Okay, hold up. Does it only work there? Will it work here? Yes! We got backwards hello. Oleg? Sub only mode? Crime, you do not even know your own redeems? 100,000 highlighted message. I got your mind. Anyway, 2 billion to get your name in the credits. So, yeah, you killed me. I'm dying now. You definitely want to lock your emotes? Wait, what do you mean by lock? Those redeems are there by default? Mine weren't. Like, all of mine are default. I know that for a fact. Highlight my message, unlock a random emote. Oh, yeah, okay. I guess I just don't know what is the difference between choosing emote to... Yeah, I don't get it. They do the same thing, don't they? Like, modify makes sense. Spin points is new. I put that. That one's fancy. Emote only chat. I really wish that Twitch like automated that. Maybe I should take out some points. Maybe we don't need 2 billion. Maybe 1 million will be fine. Still twice as much as the largest channel redeem points that I've ever seen. So you want to not be able to redeem through channel points. Oh, you just take out the redeems and you're fine. Yeah, I don't know about locking some of them though. That must be it, right? Let's throw Grimy up. Let's see. Redeems. This is choose an emote to unlock. Like, you don't need to... Do you need this if you're not following and you want a follower emote unlocked? That's kind of weird. Anywho, yeah, I think you could just take this one and this one out and then modify a single emote. I assume it gives you the emote when you modify it. I think these only work for 24 hours or something, so you'd have to do it like every day. Can you figure out how to change the categories? That's a good question. It's been a little bit since I looked at that. $6.18 already. It just flies by. Is it viewer rewards? Yeah, viewer rewards and then channel points. Your viewer rewards, you get your channel points, then you have managed rewards and challenges. And then this is the absolute, not like absolute garbage, but it's pretty bad. You could just check off modify, choose emote to unlock. But if anyone has ideas, it's open. Don't teach him? Oh, you're evil. When you make it rain in your channel, he got you with the gifted sub. Well, look, Grimy and I are cooking now, right? The collab is on. We're gonna make an amazing redeem that no one would ever expect. Okay, you know what? Fine. Productive time, buddy. We're gonna go there. What are your redeems like? I know I've seen them. Did I just open another one? Yeah, because of course I have you up already. Okay, alright. We're gonna do it on blast. Here we go. We got steel cookie. A daily cake. Wait, what's a daily cake? I don't know what any of these are. Oh, that's a good one. Okay, maybe I could steal some of these. Oh, what is caught talking down? That seems like some grimy instigation stuff right there. Sending vibes to the universe, that's good. That might be a better way to say spending points. Wear a hat. I should get a hat. But I don't want to steal everything that you have. These are pretty good. Wait, clean? I can just spend... I could just wait a little bit, and I can spend, and you could just... Do you clean on stream? I get standing. I get draw. I don't know. You're out of my league. Fire redeems. If I click on it, the daily cake. All right. Okay. Oh, talking down. If you said something bad about yourself, you have to plank for 10 seconds. Oh, I see. Oh man, I'd be dead. You can't call yourself fat? Uh, that's fair. I don't know anyone that would call you fat though. Oh, that's good. Yeah, sending vibes is good. All right, we'll have to up our game. To wear, okay, I need to know. I need to know what kind of hat you have to wear. Sorry in advance. Things are getting out of hand. The cookies are getting to you. Oh, you have a merch hat. That's cool. Wait, I didn't even see merch. I'm such a slacker. Should I scroll? I don't see the merch though. I'll find it. I'll find it. I'm gonna stop highlighting it. That's too much of putting someone on blast. I apologize. You have a gaming channel. I'm glad I could learn more about you. Clearly you have so much going on. What kind of games do you play? Oh, yeah. Oh, all right, one more time. We got the hat. Yes, I caused that. uh, Treat forest. Not seeing an exclamation mark for the door merch. But who knows? There's a whole channel I don't even know about. You have a new collection. You are probably the most productive person I know. Caught an Overwatch? Hey, that's cool. See, wait, what's the secret channel? Is it like unproductive time? And here I am distracted all over again. Very unproductive? Is it really? I love that. I'll check a clip. I know it's not called that. I figured that out. But it's a good name. It's a good name. If I have to make a counter channel, I'm gonna have to make a very unproductive Twitch. You know, I bet Ear would be so jealous. At least I wouldn't have to do anything. Everyone would know exactly what to expect from the stream. Changing names right now? Are you really? Oh, that's great. Just throw this in. View it merged. Sorry, Gab, I missed that one. Let's try it. I tried it. It didn't work. Yo, but if we actually see a name change, we'd be flabbergasted. Gav, when are you gonna make merch? I think your art would make really cool merch. God, it's not bad. I always kind of wanted to do merch, but like I have no idea what I would do. I don't know if you could do a 3D render printed on a t-shirt and have it look good. You had merch before, but you stopped it? Why? I'm sure you had a good reason. Just curious. Should I not do merch? Is merch a bad idea? No, Heroes merch is like selling like pancakes right now. Merch time? What do we do? We do a goblin praying? Some sort of whole church of goblins or something? Oh, Church of Goblin mode. Okay, maybe Church of Goblin mode could be a t-shirt. I don't know what it would be exactly, but it's not really a profit unless you do it all by yourself. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Oh well. Scooby-Doo edible merch? Oh, you know, if I could legally do that, I'm sure I would make a lot of money. Because you could get Pixel for merch done, and you would push the site and had your friend help, but they got busy. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, it is work. But merch is at least easier than like selling models because at least I don't have to go see if people are ripping off my merch. I like kind of doubt anyone would care. Oh, we got gameplay. I'm ready for the 360 no scope. Yo, some quick shots. Yo, this game looks fire. Dang, the plays. Straight gaming. Oh, that's not bad. Took out like half the team. I'm impressed. Your TLD VR mod chaos is actually running. Hey, congrats. That's big. On the Pico. Controllers don't work, of course, and the game crashes after a minute, but it works. Yeah, that's success. All day, every day. This is from yesterday, 2 days ago. So it's not even like your best clip. Okay. Yeah, I'm thoroughly impressed. Stream's not big for merch. Short your stream now. Get a bit better. Some people are talking in it, watching. Sounds good. I mean, I could also see your designs just being on, like, streetwear. Yo, Grimy, go have a wonderful dinner. Say hi to Mrs. Grimy for me. I'll see you tomorrow. Or tonight. Tonight, because we gotta do the collab. We'll brainstorm. Okay, that's turned off. We could get the roughness done before the end of stream today. It will be amazing. Add instead of multiply. Right, very weird. I have to figure out the back a bit. Almost done though. I'm impressed with me. You fix the quality for your stream, you mean? Oh, hey, that's good. Yeah, every time I see your stream, it's a little bit better. Camera's more fixed, the audio's better, the lighting's better. So it depends on how much merch you want to drop. I don't know if I'm trying to be a designer. This could be your fourth drop. Your initial one was focused on what represents you most. That's cool. So is this like a passion project, making merch? Creating things here and there since then? Sounds cool. There's some people in like the skateboarding scene that like their passion kind of became the streetwear and the merch drops, and it seems like they do a lot of work, but yeah, you can actually get a following. You can actually be kind of like an underground designer making some clothes, doing drops, getting sold out. So people can watch at okay quality. That sounds good. Yeah, when I got the different quality options on my stream, I feel like it was a big upgrade. Steam VR identifies the Pico as a Quest 2 in the log. Oh, that's funny. That's what you want to do? Get people to watch? That's when you get more people to watch? Sounds good. Just like to create in general? Me too. That's awesome. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on you. It looks like you're doing absolutely nothing. Not like nothing, but like you're just there, so steady. Secretly, an entire empire is being born. Very impressive. Never mind, your whole system crashed? You don't think the game crash was a fault of the mod or VR? So wait, what do you think it is? Never guessed that I create art in 3D modeling? Well, hold on. I'm not trying to say that. I only see you. I don't even know what your screen looks like. Sorry if I offended you. I don't mean that. Definitely don't mean that. Some people just sit there and stare at the camera for 13 hours every day. Just stare. Yeah, I didn't want to sound like one of those people. I don't think you're just staring. It's just like a mystery what you are working on. That would be a challenge. I don't know anyone that can actually sit in a spot and do virtually nothing all day. I think the most I hear is like Hero being like, you're going to be a doctor because you're studying doctor stuff. Guess I just assumed that you're like, solving cancer or world hunger or something. I think it's a side effect of the game drive format. Okay. A bit more that went wrong on that day? Interesting, okay. Bigger tech fail. Yo, a clean Windows reinstall is a wonderful thing. That's called insanity? Or a monk? Buddha? Yeah. Oh. You can do that? Can you, Gav? Not gonna lie, I'm impressed because I can't. But I have ADHD. I need to bounce around. Enough annoying work. It's like the end of your day. You're good. You're good. It's tomorrow even. Next year, you might ask an artist for a screen and other things for your stream. Would you ever do your own stream overlay stuff? It could be cool to have like hand drawn in your own art style graphics, and then you just like, create to port them into overlays. No? Okay. Today seems to be a pretty lucky day. Yeah. Zombie is hitting the like extra work lottery. Because it doesn't fit on paper. Okay. Hmm. Pretty successful. I mean, you got all the stuff reinstalled. It's pretty good. You don't know who to ask to do overlay stuff? People that will do overlays are like, no offense to them, a dime a dozen. Like just being in the right places, you're gonna get like a lot of unsolicited offers from randos. Yeah, Discord can just be a hive of artists trying to find work. Yeah, if you want to work with a friend, I don't mind helping. Not that I have the most overlay skills, but I could help get it done. Or we can go on a journey and find someone perfect for you. Unlucky, time too fast sometimes. Think you're taking a cold beer from the fridge to reward yourself? Rewards are good. You can't think of what you would want? Your brain is dumb? No. All right, it's easier to have something and say that you don't like it and what you would want different than to know what you want with nothing in front of you. It's like that's why I think like working with someone to like give you ideas and then hear your feedback and kind of like iterate can be a good way to work on stuff like that. January time? That sounds good. Yeah, take your time. Do everything in your own time. Speaking of which, It's about that time. I should probably skedaddle. So, yes, let me wind down. Thank you everyone for joining me, all my lurkers, my chatters, my VOD watchers. Let's go raid Productive Time, because she's only been live doing amazing world-changing stuff for 7 hours. So yeah, thank you everyone for joining me. I hope to see you again tomorrow between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, where I will be here. We'll finish this Gator. We'll get some proper color on it. Might even rig tomorrow, because we don't have that much texture left to do. So yeah, hope to see you tomorrow. If not, I hope you have a great rest of your day. Yeah, with that, stick around for the raid. Let's go use all of the channel redeems that we can. In wonderful Productive Times channel. Thank you. Bye-bye.